Alrighty, everybody, how's it going? Let's see. Deb, welcome in. Sig, Awkwardish Panda. How's everybody doing? Oh, hi. Hey, Ghoul Studios, what's going on? Let's go ahead while we're here. I gotta do some shoutouts. If you guys don't follow Ghoul Studio, phenomenal painter and Twitch streamer, make sure you do that. In fact, I'm gonna make sure that this account follows also. I know we have some other. Oh, it already does. Ha! Perfect. We have some cool stuff going on today. I'm super excited because we are painting the Kitsune. Well, the new limited preview Kitsune. So, tempting us to that box of mystery packs behind you. Yeah, I have the full gamut of mystery box sets. My plan is to bring them to Adepticon and give away some mystery fish gnomes to everybody. Admittedly, I already did open them up because I wanted to see which ones are in there. But no one else knows what's in there, and I have all the other ones that I need already. So, they're there. But I do plan on taking these to Adepticon and giving them away. So if you see, I only have a limited supply. I just have that. So if you see me and you want a random fish gnome, I'm going to save some for some content, but I'm also going to probably give a few away too. So if you see me, I'll be there. Hey, Lion, what's going on, man? Another awesome streamer you guys should be following if you don't already. I'll have to wait 44 seconds for another shout out. But if you follow, tackle you. I mean, you could. I'm very easy to find, clearly. So, but yeah, make sure you follow Lion Creative as well. Professor Grimm too. How's it going? There, I have too many shouts to give and not enough time to do that. Awkwardish Panda as well. I have a limited time for giving shout outs and whatnot, but the moment everyone's been waiting for, I believe, is painting the new Kitsune. And obviously not all these pieces are down on the figure because they are somewhat disassembled at the moment, so I can get some better painting in on them. And I did a little bit of extra work on the base to kind of give it a little more flair, a little more flavor. And as you can tell, I've already painted some of this already, mostly because I thought it would be more fun to get into kind of the, not necessarily just the details, because we do have a limited time today, but not just the details, but I want to try to get to the details and maybe start some of those. So I got a lot of the base coating done for everything, so. Must resist trying to get this model. Well, if you would like to get this model, or anybody else would like to get this model and get a nice little 10% off discount as well, please consider going to the link that is there in the chat now. Oh, the chat box is not working. And let's see. Interesting. Huh. Oh, I see. There we go. Now the chat box is working. Perfect. There we go. Don't enable me. But yes, if anyone would like to purchase this phenomenal model that is not out yet, it is coming out in 6 days. So if you pre-order now, it should ship out pretty much immediately. So let's see. Or the kits, because I like those two a little better. You're talking about the other Kitsune, the ones that are kind of like standing up and doing their Super Saiyan move. I'm a big fan as well. It's one of the nice things is I like having the alternate sculpts personally. So I made sure to get myself another Kitsune as well. Just so I can have this one in my army. And yeah, this one is a bit busy, but the thing I love about this one is great for a mix of not just something you can play with, but also I think it makes personally, I think it makes an excellent competition piece if you're looking into doing painting competitions. It is something I've heard a lot of the competition painting folks wanting to see some more, nicer. Like I know that there is a very big difference in wargaming miniatures that have to constrain to the rules and things like that versus stuff that is a little more presentable. It's why characters are often the ones to go to. Case in point with this, but yeah, I like this one a lot. And I was a little worried about it with the basing and all these other little foxes that it had on the base because there's a lot going on. But one of the ways I got around that, I'm just gonna pop her off here. There we go. Is I was able to take some cork and kind of build a little base up here. So just kind of layering some different elements of cork on top of each other, super gluing them down, and then putting a coat of a mix of, you can either use Mod Podge or classic, typical multi-purpose glue, and then kind of doing a coat on top of that, just because the cork is going to soak in most of whatever you put on there. So it's nice to put a layer of that on top of the cork, or if you're working with foam like this, that type of thing, that's also a really good way to do it. Just kind of put that layer on, so that way you can glue stuff on top without having the glue just kind of seep into it. But also, especially with the foam, super glue tends to melt it, so be aware of that. This and the new diorama are interesting lean into that direction. Super cool. Yeah, I am very excited for the new diorama. It's going to be really cool. I love both the characters, and it's really neat also to have a diorama. There's only one other diorama where it is one faction kind of going against the same, or one complete faction going against the same faction, and the other one is the Founders exclusive for the 100 Kingdoms that came out through 3 years ago, I think. I have it. I haven't built it and painted it yet, but it's called the Joust, and it's just 200 Kingdoms knights literally in a jousting field going up against each other. It's a gorgeous piece. I love it. There are some. I have some Founders exclusives that I got primarily just to paint for things like that, but also to collect. And there's a handful of them that I have that I will likely. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to paint. So it just kind of depends on the timing. But such a lovely model, lovely additions made to base. Thank you. I went with some Epic Basing, if you guys have heard of them, and they had some excellent plant life, and particularly the bamboo. So I'm really excited about that. And I also there's a fellow in the UK who makes a lot of Japanese themed basing elements as well. So I got this really cool lantern and these Jizo statues that I decided to put in there as well. And we're going to do some really fun stuff with those. I'm hoping we can get to that today. Who has models they aren't likely to paint? Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't be me. But I'm really excited. I had some interesting kind of back and forths with ideas on this, and I decided overall that I'd really like to go for a kind of a white fox kitsune. This obviously does not look terribly white, but we wanted to start with the darker colors and move into the brighter ones. So I might be trying some slightly new techniques that will involve an airbrush, and likely when we get to that stage, the stream will likely be over. But I will make sure to do that. I'll see if I can possibly make a video or something, but I will definitely be working on this, likely a little bit on my Twitch stream if you guys don't follow already. But Nephilim, thank you so much for the follow also. I apologize there's no alerts or anything, but I'm trying to keep track of that. So I do appreciate you popping in and giving a follow. And also, if anybody has any questions along the way, please feel free to ask. We are all about helping folks paint cool minis. So if there's any help I can give, I'm happy to do so. Like I mentioned, we got the base started. We have a lot of work to do on it to kind of get this up to snuff, but I wanted to get kind of just the base colors of pretty much everything down before we continue onwards. Same with this. And you can tell, like I said, I really want to go with this kind of bright white fox, which this is not currently, but this is great because we have the shadows and kind of the darker colors in line. And what we're likely going to do is kind of go with some reds, I think. I'm taking inspiration from an old Magic the Gathering card called the 8.5 Tails, which I'm a big fan of. Also, Ari from League of Legends person. So, we have some interesting details to put in. She has this big scroll where we need to put some characters. I'm not sure what characters I'll put on there yet, but we'll see about that. The other thing, I went with this kind of very greenish tan off-white color as a start because I want her to really look like she's part of this base and part of this kind of greener scene. So that's why it kind of has this greenish tinge to it right now, but we are going to brighten all of that up here momentarily. Also, some cool updates for those who aren't aware. We are going to be doing the Colors of Conquest reveals towards the end of the stream, and we're going to be going till about that'll probably start at about 4:30 ish Eastern time, so in about 3-ish hours. So that'll be really cool. I am super excited to show off all the amazing work that was done this past January and reveal who wins the prize at the end. But everybody who's in the top 10 will get a little something from Parabellum, so that's pretty cool. So don't forget when you to post your Conquest minis online. Excuse me. Post your Conquest minis online. Hashtag Colors of Conquest, hashtag mini painting, and make sure to tag the Parabellum account on that social platform as well, just so they can make sure that they get it, because they get a lot of them these days. So sometimes there might be some that are missed. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into it. So, I think we'll start off with her as opposed to the base. So I'm going to move the base over here, and luckily we have these awesome little foxes as well that are going to go on here. And one of the neat things about these, and something I kind of decided to do to kind of keep the color scheme a bit more coherent, my first initial idea was that I wanted all of these foxes to be a different color of fox, because there are so many gorgeous varieties of foxes, and I highly recommend anyone who's painting the Kitsune do some research, check out all the really cool fur patterns that there are out there for foxes for this, if you are looking for some inspiration, because you can come up with some really cool color schemes. I was very, very tempted to do a very particular fox color, and I forget what what the breed of fox is, but it's essentially all black with a little bit of orange on it, and it's just such a gorgeous color for foxes. I really wanted to do that, and in the official model, there's a mix of kind of your traditional red foxes and some of the white foxes with some little like paint things on there. But I decided to do all of these in the same color scheme and in the same style, because I kind of want it to be like she's controlling the foxes, or like they're an extension of her. So we're going to go with that. Dark Kazuma, how's it going? Welcome in. But yeah, we have some other shoutouts and whatnot to do. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do them because of timing, but if you guys don't follow Awkwardish Panda as well, another phenomenal miniature painter here on Twitch, please make sure that you give them a follow. And yeah, I can't think of any other things to go into. Oh, that's actually not true. I don't know if you saw. Would you guys like to see the previews that had happened recently? Because we can definitely show those off. Let me see here. There are actually, really quickly before we get into it, I do want to get to painting fairly quickly, because I want to make sure that we can we have time to get some decent painting, some good painting in. But let me see here. We have some really cool stuff that was shown off for the Aroni. We have a Founders exclusive, which is super cool. We have the Jorogumo, which I'm very excited about. Although I don't think the sculpts are final, but they're pretty close. We have the Genya no Yokai, and we have the Dai Yokai. Were all previewed recently. And also, I want to make sure to show you as well something that is very, very cool. So let's go ahead and jump into some of these previews, shall we? Oh, I didn't mean to do this one as the first one, but that's okay. uh, so this is going to be the Founders exclusive diorama. Super, super excited for this. If you can see kind of the scene on the far right over there on the screen. That's going to be that's the concept for the idea. These two, the Ayakashi and the Tengu battling it out. I love the Chinese / kind of Korean style helmet hat that the Tengu is wearing. Very, very cool. So unknown life form. Do you have the name of the producer who makes the Japanese basing elements you use? Yes, I do. It's called Epic Basing. I believe it's just called epicbasing.com. But it might be. I know that on Instagram they go by Make It Epic. So check them out. They do resin printed pieces as well as STLs, so you can print your own. So it's pretty cool. And I plan on. I've already decided that this is going to be my second army. Oh, the statue of the little people. Yes, Dark Messiah. Dark Messiah is the one that made the lantern and the Jizo statues. They also make. Well, let me see if I can. My desk is an absolute mess right now. But let me see if I can show you right quick some of the other cool stuff that they have. They have these tiny little. I'll show you here. Daruma statues as well as and they also have like koi fish and things like that, as well as Kitsune statues, some little foxes, which is really neat, as well as backgrounds. And one thing I really thought was very cool was they have these gravestones with Japanese writing on them as well. So it's pretty cool. Jazznaz Gaming, how's it going? Use tons of Epic Basing. Yeah, this is I hate to admit, this is my first time using Epic Basing, and I gotta say they have a customer for life over here. I got to meet the owners at the Nova Open convention last year, and they are phenomenal people. So definitely make sure to check them out. But this is the Founders exclusive. Very, very excited. It's going to be really cool scene. Oh, the Jorogumo. So I apologize. I probably should have done a trigger warning for spiders, but this is going to be the Jorogumo. It is a monster for the Aroni. I'm not sure if there's a woman on each side of this as well as the main torso here, and I'm hoping. I think that I'm not sure if they're all connected or not, but there are two different versions. And the second version has a shamisen that she's playing, so that's really cool. In the lore, I was really excited to hear. One thing I really like as a concept personally is kind of what I try to do with my spires is I love the concept of taking something horrifying and making something beautiful out of it. I'm kind of a big fan of like H.R. Geiger and things like that. But I love the concept of taking something that people traditionally think are very scary and very horrifying and trying to make something beautiful out of it. And vice versa, to be honest. But in the lore is where that comes in with this. And from what we were told on the last Thursday's happy hour is that the Jorogumo are kind of seen and revered by the Aroni people as the chroniclers of like their histories and their culture, and they're like beings to aspire to be. Like they are kind of the pinnacle of the Uroni people, and I absolutely love that concept. It's very, very cool. But on the other side, you can see there's a lady playing a shamisen on this side, and then on the other side here, she's writing down some stuff too. And there's really cool too. I don't know if you can see it very well, but in the back here, there's a big Torii arch that they're climbing down. Very, very cool effect. Hey, Mark, what's going on? How long will the stream take? The stream is we're probably going to be ending around 5 p.m. Eastern time, so about 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours? 3.5 hours, I think. Yeah, somewhere in there. But we're going to be doing the Colors of Conquest reveals at the end. So about a half hour before stream ends. So yeah, that's the Jorogumo, and next is the Ginyan no Yokai. And admittedly, I was not listening too intently because I was working at the time. Don't tell my boss. And watching at the same time. But the Genya no Yokai is another big. This one is a big scary monster, clearly. And but there's a in the Uroni lore, from what I understand, there's kind of one side that's a little more on kind of like the chaos element side of things, and then there's another one that kind of embraces a bit more order and discipline and whatnot, and that you can see in this dual kit from the Dai Yokai. So same kit, from what I understand, two different options: Dai Yokai, which is this one, or the Genya no Yokai. So pretty neat options. I'm excited to get my hands on those because I already have an army list built and it requires this one. I don't think it requires this one. I might have this one in the army too. I'll have to go back and look. But then lastly, our beautiful leader Stavros. As you may know if you've seen the happy hours, he likes to hide some stuff within his backgrounds, and we happen to get a nice little Uroni fish gnome concept art in there. So I'm hoping that we'll get to see that pretty soon. They said that is likely to come out this year as a con exclusive, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Genya is my new favorite large plastic model. I like it a lot. I prefer the Daiokai personally, but the Genya is really interesting. It'll be really fun to paint because of just like the big amalgamation on his arm, or what essentially kind of is his arm, I suppose. Um, so it's gonna be really interesting. It's a little on the kind of creepy undeadness side for me personally to be super into. The sculpt is phenomenal. I don't think anybody can say otherwise. But I personally like the more, kind of orderly, duty bound samurai. So I just want that Jorogumo. Yeah, I painted a Jorogumo from a board game. It was one of the very first things I'd painted getting back into painting, and part of me really wants to paint that same color scheme on this one because it's been what 5 years. Excuse me, 5 years since I've painted that one, and it would be really cool to see how I can kind of elevate the old paint scheme that I did. But at the same time, it's not that great of a paint scheme. The only thing I did was I took a fairly common Japanese like garden spider essentially and painted the same kind of colors on it. It's like yellow and black with some red in there. Um, but we'll see. I think I have two Jorogumo in my army, so I'll likely paint more than one. um, its belly is screaming. Yeah, it's one of the things I actually love about the Uroni is a lot of the armor has like belly faces on a lot of these figures, which is really cool. But the last thing I want to show off before we get into painting, just in case anyone had missed it, is the new lore page. So if anyone is interested in the lore of Conquest, I went ahead and kind of checked it out ahead of time, just to see what it's like. And it really does a great job of condensing down the lore into a bit more manageable and more understandable thing. Because even in the old lore, the old companion book that had the rules in it and everything, it's still a little dense. But I think this does a really, really good job of kind of making it a bit more accessible and a bit more easier to understand personally. Because I've already I read through the old book, and even still I was a little like, this is kind of interesting. The Genesis level of stuff happens is kind of like prehistory, and it's very abstract. It has a lot of really interesting concepts. And of course, one of the nice things is there's a lot of art to go with it too. So it talks about the four horsemen, conquest, famine, war, death, I think is the last one. But it also talks about just all these different things, the dragons that were once the rulers of this land, that sort of thing. So it's very cool, really easy to kind of get through. But then it also has lore on all the factions, including the one that we're going for today, which is the Uroni. So really interesting stuff. And then it goes into also the different types of factions that there are. Like for this one, there's the Bakufu, the Koto Tamagaku, and the Shinobi, which we haven't seen anything from yet, but we will. But for someone who like myself who used to play Spires, it will go into a lot of the really cool Spires factions, like the Sovereign lineages, the best one in my opinion, as well as the Directorate and the Underspire. So you get all these really cool, like bite-sized, kind of more condensed but easier to digest tidbits of lore. So if you are interested in the Conquest lore, make sure to check out lore.parabellumgames or parabellum.com. And it's also on the front page. So, but how about painting? Painting's fun. That would be cool though. Like a then and now sort of thing. Yeah, that was kind of the that was kind of my thought with it. Because I'm always interested to see like how my paintings progress. And you don't often get to see that, you know, going directly in. So, all right, so we have the Kitsune here. And what I'm going to do is probably just start off with some of these base colors that you're going around. And what we're going to do is you can see we always have this tannish color for the fur, and we're going to go with mostly white for the robes. And admittedly, this is going to be a little intense because as I was putting it together, I kind of realized that it was just going to be probably easier to not break pieces or you know hurt the model in any way if I just assembled it and had it ready to go. Though it is going to make the task of getting my brush around some of these corners very difficult. So if you are, I would potentially suggest doing this sub-assembled. But I also, one of my big hangups of doing sub-assembled painting is that when you put it together, you kind of have to repaint some stuff to smooth it out. Or what if there's like a gap that needs filling or something? So I basically try to build stuff as much as I can without having to go too far on it. But so what we're going to do is we're going to start likely with the robes. I'm still going to go with kind of this somewhat tannish color. So this is the tan I've been using, it's dark sand from Model Color. I'm going to go with it as likely part of the base, but I need to mix in some of that green that I've been using. And so Black Forest Green by Scale Color is one I've been using a bit, as well as Arati Green. And I've kind of been mixing them a little bit in with some brown gray to kind of give it a more earthy tone. And so, as well as some Citadel Dryad Bark. So those are kind of the colors I've been mostly going for at the moment, but we're going to go with the dark sand for now. Let's see. Also, is anybody going to Adepticon? Because I will be. And I have lots of fun Conquest stuff I'm going to be trying to do. Sunday, I will be at the lore event that is going on. It's essentially the last thing I can do before I have to leave. So I will be doing that, but I have to book it to the airport pretty much as soon as that's over. I would love to stay longer, but sadly for me, I have a work trip the weekend after Adepticon, so it's going to be a little intense. Yep, going to be there. Looking forward to seeing you all. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Finally get to meet you in person. Also, if anyone wants to film TikToks and Instagram Reels, I don't know how much I'm going to be doing, but I'm going to try to do a good bit. All right, let's start out. The interesting thing is for this particular piece is I don't want to I don't necessarily want the sorry, I'm getting my stuff here ready to go. I don't necessarily want the Kitsune their clothes to be exactly the same. So I am going with a much more like pale skin tone, and we're going to be going with golds and reds and things like that. But I think I'm going to try to do just a slightly more pale kimono on her. So we'll see how this goes. So I did start with the dark sands. We have that. It is a little bright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix in. I actually might just go with this Mojave white, I think. Actually, now I'm looking at it. I think that might be good for kind of just the base coat. Although I might just do a little test. Let's do a little color experimentation before we get going, shall we? Let me bring my wet palette over here so we can all watch. So there's a little bit of the dark sands. And here's a little bit of the Mojave white. I need to make sure that it is not all gel at the top. Tried to mix it pretty well. Okay, good. So that's pretty good. I like that. I'm definitely going to be using this for the scroll that she has. So that'll be one to look out for. I was going to subassemble the scroll, but I had to glue the hair to it for an alignment issue. Oh, I see. So for me, I was able to get it off of the scroll. It's not on the scroll. But yes, it is definitely very close. Thankfully, though, we don't have to paint all the characters all the way down the scroll because she has the brush in her hand, so the hair isn't blocking an area that we might need to paint. Thankfully. All right, so we're gonna do this Mojave. I'm gonna take a little bit of this Arctic blue and just kind of mix these and just kind of see what we get. It might be a little too much. Okay, that's an interesting color there. I don't know if you can see it. It's got like a little bit of elements. It's almost got this, you know what? And this makes total sense. This is kind of a like yellowish off-white, and this is kind of a bluish off-white. And mixing these together, it's kind of making for a very bright greenish off-white, which I'm actually really keen on. This is working out pretty well. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go with that. I'm going to mix these together a bit. So it's not super greenish, but we can make it a little more. And that'll be good too, because it'll help blend the elements of the really green base into the character itself, especially on the lower parts of the body. So I'm going to get just a tiny bit of green, of actual green that I've used for these minis, and mix it in, just so we have a little bit of that. Barely even notice. Cool. So that's what we're going to go with for right now. All right, back to her. So for the armor and whatnot that she's got going on, we're likely going to be going with red, which will be fun. But we just got to sneak in underneath here. We don't have to be too careful yet because, thankfully, we're going to paint the skin a little later. So I'm likely going to get some stuff on the skin anyway, which is fine. This might be a little too bright, though. We'll see. So far, I'm digging this. So I'd like for her to have kind of as much as possible, kind of the same colors, but I don't necessarily want, actually, well, we can always go back in if this is too bright. I'm just going to do this little side of the kimono right now just to kind of see how I feel about it. And then we'll move on to something else, and we'll come back to this. Yeah, I don't mind that. I would like you to just get back in the cork there. Thank you. Ooh, I did not like that. Okay. The Pale... Oh, hey, what's going on? Pale King, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. The Evan, my name isn't Walter Walters. You can call me anything you like, as long as you call me in time for dinner. I think I heard that somewhere. Nothing much, man. We're just painting this really fun new kit that is available for pre-order at the moment, but is shipping out as we speak, from what I've heard. Because it is released in 6 days. I'll second one to check out what you're doing with it. Yeah, so we're going to be going, if you're familiar with like League of Legends or Magic the Gathering, there's a particular skin that Ari has that I'm going to be kind of going for. And I'm going to be doing kind of this pale fox with kind of red accents and red trim and things like that. Some gold here and there. Little tiny bit of splash of blue moving around. But the base is very green. So we're going to try to work that atmospheric color in there. And this is nowhere near done either, but I just wanted to get some base colors down. So, wait, this is the Kyle Dalton in the chat? Here he's teaching at Adepticon. He is teaching at Adepticon. If anyone, I don't know, Pale King, if you have your links and stuff in the bio or in your profile here, but if you guys haven't seen the Pale King on Instagram or Brandon Paints on Instagram, some phenomenal miniature painters and miniature painting instructors at most of the cons that I know of, at least Adepticon and the Nova Open. Man with a plan, I like it. Yeah, so I'm taking inspiration from Ari, one of the skins from Ari in League of Legends, but also um, probably one of my favorite characters in Magic the Gathering. The last set I played of Magic the Gathering was the Legends of Kamigawa, which, if you can't tell by the name, is very Japanese inspired. And so it had a character named Eight and a Half Tails. And I thought that was, and reading Eight and a Half Tails' story, it was just so cool and so new to me. And so I thought I would try to, now that I have a cool Kitsune to paint, give it a go. Also, something that someone in one of my previous chats pointed out that I thought was very funny to consider is all the Kitsune figures that they're releasing have 3 tails, which is fine. 9 tails is kind of like the big thing for in Japanese lore, right? But this model, with the 3 foxes on the base and the 3 foxes here and the 3 tails that she has, this entire model has 9 tails. I thought that was very clever. Yep. 9 tails. Very clever indeed, miniature sculptor person. Yeah. But hopefully everyone's having a good weekend. Let's see. Again, if you have the opportunity or you feel comfortable enough to paint this sub-assembled, I would recommend it because it is really hard to get a brush into some of these places. This particular figure is going to be a bit of a challenge for me too. I do want to paint it up to potentially do competitions with, so we're not going to be able to finish it today. But I'm going to get as far as I can. And also, I'm taking some inspiration from the Nova Open winner, or best in show. I forget what the superhero's name was, but he painted a bust of a superhero that had a lot of white in it. And it was really gorgeous because all those whites had like the different values that it was presenting, with like kind of some greens and pinks and purples and stuff. But it was clearly white, and I just loved it. So we're gonna try to work in some of that stuff in painting this. We'll see how it works. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but if we don't try, we'll never improve. Steve Garcia is just on a different level. Yeah, it was just mind-boggling. Just one of those pieces where I was just looking at it and I could have just stared at it for hours. I still go back and just look at it every once in a while. I don't know if I'll go red for this back cloth or not, but we'll find out here in a little bit. So now we're going to do dark red on this armor. We're going to work in a little bit of blue as well. Unknown life. Oh, I just saw we had some more follows. Low Bine? Lobin? Lobine? Thank you so much for the follow, and unknown life form as well. Oh, yeah. I'm really excited. This is going to be a fun faction. Also, another element that I really love about this faction that I'm very excited for is the fact that, like, in the lore, they aren't a faction that is like specific. Like, they don't have big formalized armies. These are just kind of villages that happen to like pop up in random places throughout the world, because they come from a different plane of existence. And so when they get enough, they just kind of pop up and just make a little settlement. And that kind of means essentially that they don't have like these big formalized armies, and it means I get to paint all of these different characters as individuals as opposed to painting a uniform army with soldiers in the same colors, which might mean that it takes longer to paint this whole army, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun to be able to do a bit more individual characterizations. Okay. Right now I'm just trying to get some like strong highlights, so a little bit of a base coat down, and then what we're going to do from here, like when we have the base coat like we do on all the fur for the scroll and the armor and some of the other things, then we're going to go back in and we're just going to do some very strong highlights, which will look a little weird at first, I'm sure, but we're going to go back in afterwards and blend them through. So I was just going to paint this for local competition next month. It's going to be an impressive piece, no doubt. I am I'm hoping that I can make this a competition piece for later on in the year. We'll see how it goes. I'm well, let's see. I probably just want to do might want to do red on that. Maybe. We shall see. I'm gonna double check. And also, don't be afraid to use reference photos. If you need to like see what some folks are doing, it is always super helpful using reference photos. I use them all the time just so I can get a better kind of head on my shoulders about where I'm putting the paint down and all that stuff. Do I want to go red there or blue? I'm gonna just go with white for right now. I'm gonna go with that same white for right now. Because nice thing, I can always work up stuff outside of the white. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to do, I think I'll do the base coat of the skin, and then we'll do the base coat on the scroll and the armor. And then we can move into doing some of those big, strong highlights I was telling you about. So hopefully that'll go pretty quick. Just gotta paint these slightly darker colors. We're going to go with a deep red from Scale Color. That, but for the skin is a different beast. Because I want it to be very, very pale, almost white skin. So I could go with pale skin from Scale Color. That seems to be the obvious choice, but it's very pink. I'm not sure that's quite where I want to go, but you know what? I think it will be fine to start with that as a base color. Hopefully my MS doesn't screw it up badly. Yeah, well, I'll be interested to see it regardless. I think I'm excited to see what you do with it. I'm assuming you've got your pre-order in already? They are shipping it. They, from what I've heard, they have started to ship out already. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I just had to clear the nozzle a little bit. This is also one of my favorite tools that I've got. I have no clue what this is called, or even honestly where I got this. I think I got this with my. I took a jewelry class in college as a 3D art credit, and I think that's where I got this from. But it's just like a needle tool. Love it. Yeah, needle tool. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're gonna start with this pale skin and just kind of go over. Now, see, here's the interesting part. She has like humanish legs up until about the calf, and then it goes down to these fox legs, and human hands, human face, furry fox ears. So I think we're gonna go with kind of a skin tone down until we get to about the feet area here, and then once we get down to about the calf or right below the knee, I think we'll go into the fur color. So I'm gonna keep this same color because it's the same as the fur that we have going on, right? But I am going to put this very pale skin down on top. And this is just kind of a base coat. It doesn't have to be super, super clean. We're going to go with that, I think. And the nice thing about miniature painting is if I don't like it, I can always repaint it. I think that was my original plan. I'm going to try to stick with it. I'm trying to just thin out this paint just a little bit so it's a bit more even layered. So one thing I don't necessarily recommend using scale 75 for kind of base layers, but for highlighting and doing glazing work and things like that, there's nothing better, in my opinion. I haven't when I look for against models. I've been told they can sell them. Nice. Well then. Is that something you're working on today then? There we go. Okay, get that skin tone on the hands as well. Gotta sneak in under that scroll there. Although now I think about it, probably would have been a good idea to do the scroll first, but that's all right. Again, this is just kind of a base layer, so we don't have to worry too much. It is very bright, but again, I'm going for a very pale skin tone. All right, sir, I have to head to work. Thanks for having me and the shout out. Absolutely. Good luck on the piece. Looking forward to seeing where you get to it. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon at Adepticon. And I hope that work isn't too bad, that you can get home and enjoy some more painting. Painting for life. That's right. I actually feel a little bad, speaking of painting for life, because I have not done a lot of painting in the past like 2 months. I've been mostly preparing a lot of pieces. And honestly, the primary source of work that I've been doing is on a competition piece for using the quaddle. So it's been a little intense. So just a little bit of kind of teasing of what I'm working on. You can see it up here, but been doing a lot of sculpting, a lot of extra work, and trying to get this bad boy standing up on his own 2 legs, 2 legs and 2 wings, I guess. But it's been a lot of fun. But it has taken a whole lot of time. It also doesn't help that I'm easily distracted. It's one of the reasons why I like painting on stream as much as I do, is because you guys are all here to kind of help along the process. Okay, here we go. So if guys have any questions, comments, concerns, things like that, please feel free to ask in the chat. Yeah, that rhymed. Another thing I'm really excited about this army is that everything, except for, it seems like, except for one unit, which we haven't seen yet, but pretty much everything is like brute sized, medium sized, or bigger. And that really helps out with that whole concept of not needing to have a super uniform army color scheme. Obviously, there's going to be likely a lot of red and a lot of white throughout most of the stuff. It's just kind of a cultural thing. But a lot of people don't know that there isn't. If we're going based on Japanese culture, there is an official color scheme or an official color of Japan. And although one might think it's red or white, it's actually indigo. Little fun history culture fact for you. Um, they used indigo a lot as a dye um, in a lot of their clothing and things like that because it was actually fire resistant somewhat, which I think is very, very cool. And there is a particular type of Japanese style tie dyeing that I've practiced a little bit called shibori, not to be confused with something else that sounds like that. But shibori is a really neat uh, pattern style of tie dyeing using just indigo and white. And in fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I'm wearing one of my shibori tie dyes underneath my orange here. So it's just indigo and white. It's really cool. But they have all sorts of different patterns and stuff that they do with it. I highly recommend looking it up. It's really neat. Okay, so that's not too shabby. I'm actually really digging this. Okay. Not too shabby. I'm kind of digging this a bit. So we got this kind of like very pale skin color. And obviously, it doesn't look super hot right now, but trust the process, folks. I promise. And we got this kind of like grayish, greenish color. Obviously, the undercoat shows through quite a bit, and that's totally fine. Speaking of, actually, I need to get this little part right here. Yeah, trust the process. That is always the thing for me is I will get into my head about something and then kind of shut down on it for a while. And I know that if I just like trust the process and push through, it's going to look great. It's so hard for me to get to that point sometimes. Um Kind of case in point, working on the quaddle. Um I have been like sculpting and working on that thing for not every not every single night, but the most nights over the past few months. Just little increments here and there. But I definitely had a big hang up probably late January when I was working on it because it got to the point where I was like kind of got it framed and everything, but all its limbs were just in different pieces and it was just like the membrane wasn't sculpted on and I wasn't 100% sure how I wanted to like put it all together and I just hadn't really put the time to really just sit down and think about it, but I was just kind of like destroyed by my own unknowingness of what to do next, I suppose. And but eventually I just kind of sat down, gave it a good hard think, like classic Winnie the Pooh, and figured it out again. And bye, Kyle. Sorry, Twitch like fully froze. Oh, no worries. Okay, so we got this. Oh, her skin is almost looking a little. In this particular light, it almost looks a little ghostly, but that's okay. I am planning on putting on like some makeup and stuff as well. Hopefully, if things tend to work out, we'll see. But I think we're in a good place for that so far. Let's see, I'm not 100% sure if I want to go with the white on her. If I want to go with red on. I don't even know what to call it. It's like a sash or something that she's kind of holding under her arms. I might just go with white, the same color. Because there's going to be a lot of red on the sides and on the armor and on her feet. There's going to be some red there. And also, the fun little thing, on her fur and her hair, I'm going to do some red tips here, red tips on the tails, and then for the foxes, I'm going to put little red tips on their tails, little red feeties, and red tipped ears. And I'm going I originally was just going to do black because I thought it would be really neat to integrate the fact that she's ink painting with her tails and things. And all the ink paintings for foxes in Japanese styles are white with black feet and black ears and a black tail tip. So I thought that that would be a really nice way to tie it all together. But with the red and white color scheme, I thought it would be better to just do that with red. So on her scroll in with her ink, I'm gonna make that red also. I think just to kind of still tie that same idea in. So I have to do multiple projects at once if possible. We shift to something else, have a problem with sit for a bit, fresh eyes. Yeah, I I get that, but for me, if I start a new project, it is so hard for me to come back to another one. That's actually been one of the reasons because I have a handful of projects kind of going on at the moment. I've done like little increments of work on outside of the quaddle, and like this, for example, putting this all together, and it's very hard for me to get back to it. I haven't touched the quaddle in probably like a week or so, but but then I also went to like this piece, which is the Gorgon, that I'm gonna do as a little. I had to redo some of the base on it, but I'm going to do her as a competition piece as well later on. The character from one of the narrative campaign packs, but we'll see. I'll let that sit for months. Fair. Yeah, that will probably be about my speed as well. When it gets to that point, I think I'm doing half the foxes white and half black. That'd be cool. That'd be a really cool idea. Again, I kind of try to take my inspiration from the inspiration itself, so like Japanese culture, obviously. And so I went and looked up a bunch of like ink paintings of foxes, and they often were kind of these silver gray white foxes with black ears, black feet, and black tail tips as an artistic style. And I thought that was really really cool. So I'm going to kind of do something somewhat similar. I'm just going to go with red instead to kind of bring this whole color scheme together. Will there be a day I don't find Derp Dead on Twitch? Probably not. All right, so let's get some of this red going in here. Start with a really dark red, that way we can work up to something a little brighter. So we're going to go with deep red from Scale Color. It's not super dark, but it's not... It's kind of a nice, slightly dark red. I'm leaning to yin and yang. Yeah, that'd be a great idea. I think that would look quite nice. Okay, so she has these little armor panels under here. She obviously has these big armor panels here. One of the interesting things with samurai style armor is that they're essentially just big plates, and they would just tie them together. And kind of interestingly enough, they tied them together with the ropes on the outside, which is not something which I always felt would be not good. Because what if something hits it and cuts the armor panel off. But I mean, it worked for them, so they must have been doing something right, right? I'm new here. Got anything to show off? Well, I can show off some other Colors of Conquest stuff we've done before and just some other things in general. This is one we did a little while back. This is Sky Piercer Yindak. We were doing kind of an OSL kind of look at nighttime with his hand glowing and kind of bringing that light down this direction a little bit. So it's got so it's very kind of atmospheric. The Sky Piercer Yindak, a really cool character in the lore. So I did him as a speed paint for one of our streams. I don't know if I have anything else that's like finished, really. But I'm working on the Quaddle, which is a giant pterodactyl. I'm making mine stand up, so I'm doing a lot of conversion on it. But you can see over here, it's quite big. And currently, we're painting the new faction Euroni, which is the Kitsune figure from the Euroni. Very, 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 very cool. But I definitely suggest if you're interested, there's a pinned link. And yeah, I typically stream. You can see that's my logo up there. I'm Walter's Workshop, and I do Colors of Conquest once a month with the Conquest crew here on Twitch. So, but I stream most every Monday and Wednesday on the Parabellum on my Twitch channel at Walter's Workshop. Oh, I have to wait 2 more minutes. So, this is Mechanic Games. How's it going? Speaking of another Twitch streamer, give a follow. There we go. I can give you a follow, though, or a shout out. But yeah, it's a great community of miniature painters here on Twitch that is really good for just kind of hanging out and having folks to chat with while you are painting. Yeah. So if you'd like to see more Conquest stuff, though, definitely suggest checking out. You can check out their shop. That's here in that link. Hey, Kamira, what's going on? I'll get your shout out here in a little bit. I'm time restrained, but if you guys don't follow Kamira Paint, please make sure that you do. But yeah, that link right there will take you to the shop where you can see all sorts of really cool miniatures and factions. And if you're keen on picking any up, you can use the code Walter's Workshop to get a little discount. Though no pressure to do that. But I just like being able to help save people money on some awesome figures. Kitsune sculpt is gorgeous. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm really digging it. I've been, since we decided to do this for this particular edition of Colors of Conquest, I've been extremely antsy about wanting to get this started. That's why I did a little bit of work ahead of time. And again, for sake of ease, I might recommend for folks to paint this sub-assembled. There are a lot of pieces that are kind of hard to get in there with the brush, admittedly. I knew that was going to be the case going in, though, so I made the decision knowing that. But it does not make things easier. I'm just really particular personally about making sure every point connects properly. And I know that getting a little layer of paint on stuff will also make it harder for those joints to connect as well as they should. It is always like, for me personally, it just bugs me. So I try to have everything as assembled as possible before I start painting. There are definitely points where I will not completely sub-assemble. Okay. Lords and Warrior are best factions. You're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong. I do like both of them. I mean, there's something I like in pretty much every faction, but Spires are pretty cool. And the Ironi are likely pretty easily my favorite faction now at this point. Still like the Spires. And also the Dweg. I love the Dweg. The Dweg home is such a... They have like such cool designs. And they are monsters on the battlefield. Oh, man. I want a rematch with Tycho so bad. I'm saying Derp doesn't miss with the streamers. That's true. She got a good head on her shoulders. Cover the joint point with tape or putty before I prime. Subassemble if you don't want to glue paint to paint anyways. Yeah, I've done that before. I don't know. It doesn't quite do it for me for some reason. Or maybe I'm just bad at it. Hmm. Ha. I knew there was going to be more red back here I needed to get. Now the real question, because we got some nice reds in there already. Oh, actually, we need to get this too. And the real question is going to be, do I do the sash that she has on in red also? There's already a lot of red up here. So I think I might hold off on it. Worst comes to worst, I can always repaint it or paint it more later. Okay. I am but a fool. Unsubassembled is proving difficult, but that's okay. We're still jamming. We're doing good. Like I said, we're just getting these base coats down for right now. And then from there, we'll be able to start putting on some really strong highlights that we'll be able to blend in later. Okay. Maybe a brighter red to draw attention toward the face. You mean for the sash or just in general? I'm definitely going brighter with this. Like this is going to be moving up for sure. Also there's going to be red in her ears and on her hair tips and things like that for the sash. It's probably not a bad idea. Like I feel like this is a really good kind of camera angle right here, but it does lack something. So we could do the trim on all these red. So I could do like that part across her kimono right there. Yeah, really make the sash stand out. Well, she has this one. It's so there's like the border of her kimono right there, and then on her arms, and kind of going across the back, she has that as well. So, how's it going, Stig? Welcome in. My instinct would have been to lean into the IRL Japanese palette. I guess Sakura pink, or from Mount Fuji purple. Yeah, so I thought about also doing an indigo since that's the official color of Japan too. But I really wanted to do kind of this like ethereal almost look. So that's why we're going to be working in some greens and stuff because her base is going to be very lively, very kind of intense, and this is still kind of a rough base coating of things, but I really wanted to kind of lean into a bit more of an ethereal look with her. So I figured the reds and the whites and kind of the blondes would work out pretty well. Seen the Daimyo Hironi on Instagram, but I don't know who posted it. You talking about the Daiokai or like the new stuff or the currently explains the ghost of the green? Yes, exactly. I'm glad. Yes, perfect. Yep. I wanted the atmosphere to kind of blend in a little bit, but I wanted her to kind of like, you know, show up, and all her little foxes are going to be about the same too. So, but she get this here. I'm going to put some makeup and stuff on her too, likely later, but I'm likely going to have to go a little darker with her skin, but this is a good start. And as I mentioned before, this is one that we are likely not going to be able to finish today, but I at least wanted to kind of get the overall color scheme down and just kind of show some of the cool stuff people can do with it. So, okay, so now that we got that, let's see, we got all the reds down where we need for the most part. I think it might be a good idea to put, well, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to take some of that green, take a little bit of that yellow, and a little bit of this red. See what we get. Okay, I'm kind of digging this. So that's the color. We're likely going to get for the tips of the hair as a start. So that'll be kind of neat. And then on the ears as well. I was just going to do the tips of the ears, but I see a lot of inspired artwork that kind of just does red on the inside of the ears, which I thought was kind of neat. So that's where I think I'm going to go for. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Hey, Jimmy the Brush, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. If you guys don't follow Jimmy the Brush, excellent miniature painting team. How are you all doing? Make sure you give them a follow. We are just jamming on the new preview Kitsune. This is a limited preview that we're just kind of getting the base colors down for the Uroni. We got the base worked up, real intense and fancy like. So it's going to be very, very fun, hopefully, once it's done. But currently available for pre-order. Close finishing 2 boxes of minis. The stress has been real. We'll be overjoyed when it's over. Oh man, I get that. I did a kind of a speed paint of a full Spires army this past year, so I could get it done to get to take with me to play on Tabletop's YouTube channel. It was a ton of fun, but man, it was a lot. Quite stressful. Glad it's mostly over. I still haven't technically I still have a bit of work to do on some of them, but it's not as urgent as it once was, thankfully. Okay, just kind of seeing where these reds are going to go. Hey, Ian, what's going on? Also, Derp, say hello to the cat for me. If you guys don't follow Ian, please make sure that you do. I don't know if I can do it. Oh, I can do another shout out. Nice. You guys must say hi. Okay. That'll be pretty cool. Right now, like I said, I'm just kind of toying around with a few little colors here and there just to kind of block off where those are going to go later. Very, very thin layers just so I can kind of visualize a little better on where some of these colors are going to go. Question is, do I do it on their ears fully or just the backs of them? Hey, Ghost, what's going on? Give me a Conquest demo at Nova. Yeah. How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Children just got done playing Minecraft. Husband and sister. Nice. It was like a nice, relaxing weekend. Ooh, one thing that'd be kind of fun to do on these little foxes too is they have these little tufts on the sides of their cheeks. I think it might be kind of neat to put some red on those, but I'm a little hesitant on that. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we can kind of get some ideas of like where some of these colors are going to go. I might do full red in the ears for these guys, for the little guys. Not 100% sure. I think that might help, but we'll see. In the meantime, though, we can paint some of these other little guys. Just get kind of block off those colors a little bit. That's dope mini. Yeah, it's the new limited preview miniature for the new faction, the Yoroni. All Japanese themed. I'm hoping that next Colors of Conquest stream next month that we will be painting some more Yoroni. But we'll have to see. This one is pretty involved because it has lots of little foxes to go along with it, which is really fun. New faction, yeah. Yep, they're called the Yoroni. And they are Japanese inspired. But they're inspired by a lot of the yokai in Japanese mythology. So pretty fun. And another nice thing is this faction is specifically designed for beginners, which is a relief. um, but it has some really interesting kind of faction traits, especially when it comes to like the cards. That is not. There's something fairly unique to them, which is really cool. Yeah, I dig that. It kind of looks like a Pokemon, doesn't it? What's the fairy type? Eevee? No, not Sylveon. That's the dark one. I don't remember. Look at the range Parabil on Instagram. Some of my favorite Conquest main now. They look great. Yeah. Yeah, I already have an army list in the army builder that I pre-ordered most of. So Umbreon? No, I think I was right. Sylveon is the fairy one. Umbreon is the dark one. Yeah, it's kind of giving me like Sylveon vibes. Drawing on my 20-year-old Pokemon lore, right? That's the crazy thing to think about. Actually, the other day, light off topic, but the other day I had ordered for Christmas. I wanted to do my nephew is 2, and I wanted to do the Pokemon challenge. You know, where you take like and typically it's an infant, but I don't get to see my nephew terribly often, so um, and I also wanted him to kind of like grow up a little bit, I guess, for it. But he's now 2, and so for Christmas I got him the original starters as stuffed animals. So Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. Bulbasaur obviously being the best. But so we decided to lay all three in front of him, and we brought him out. We're like, okay, you get to choose one. Which one do you want to choose? And so he went through. He kind of pointed to each one, just kind of asking their name. He was a little shy, but he was just kind of pointing to each one. We thought he was picking at first, but it's like, oh, he's just curious as to what they are. So he was asking the names of each one. So we went through. It's like, that's Squirtle, that's Charmander, that's Bulbasaur. And eventually he chose Bulbasaur. And I was like, good for him. He can still be my nephew. I'm just kidding. But my brother, when we were growing up, was a Squirtle fan, so it was kind of funny. But and after that, the one thing that was really, really cute was apparently he's been taking those three stuffed animals everywhere with him. And so my sister-in-law and my brother keep sending me pictures of him just, hanging out with his three Pokemon buddies. So Sylveon's the fairy type, pastels, ribbons, etc. Umbreon's the dark type. Okay. I did get it right. Nice. Admittedly, I've not played the most recent ones, but I played the original when I was a kid. I played up through well, and then I stopped basically, and then I restarted playing with Black and White. And I had played pretty much Black and White onwards up until this most recent one. And I haven't played that one yet. Neat. My daughter's nickname is Charmander. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, make sure we're good here. Okay. All right, like I said, we're just kind of blocking these colors on. These are not going to be the final colors. I just wanted to block these on so I can kind of get an idea of what I'm going to be working with a little later on. And how things are going to look. Unlurk back. Welcome back, Kamira. Actually, a great reminder. Whoop. Good try, little fox. That's a great reminder. So, if you guys don't follow Kamira, another phenomenal miniature painting streamer here on Twitch, you should be checking out. And see if we can get them to be painting some Conquest soon. Too kind? Yeah, absolutely. Well, not absolutely. I'm too kind, but as in, no worries. You're welcome. Yes, of course I'm too kind. No. All right. Okay, so we got these colors kind of blocked out a little bit. Cool. So let's take a look at how this is all going to be set up now. See where it's kind of coming along. So I have her joints right there. We're going to zoom out just a little bit. Oops, something fell off somewhere. We have this one. It's going to be stuck right in here. This one, we're sitting pretty right about there. This one, be sitting right about there. And like I mentioned, these are not going to stay on very well, but coming along, it's going to be pretty neat. We need to work some more greens in there, but luckily we'll be able to work on that a little later. By the way, I think you changed my idea for painting this model. Might have to go Umbreon now. Ooh, some yellow and black. That'd be pretty cool. That would be very neat indeed. Okay, so let's see. We got some base colors down, which is great. so we can kind of get a better idea of where we're going with this. Same with this, obviously. So what I would like to do next is start working on some very intense highlights. Not quite white. But we're gonna get pretty close on the tail and the hair and all the other furry bits on all our little furry companions, and then we'll do the same thing on all the green that's on here. That way we can kind of go back in and blend it all together a bit more. Yep, I think that'll be the move. I think. Yeah. But we are about a little over halfway through, so I need to get a refill on my drink real quick. I suggest you all do the same. Bathroom break, do whatever you need to do. We're gonna take just a quick little 5-er, I think. Ghost of Tsushima vibes. Ooh, good point. If I had the skill to do something like this, I'd be tempted to make her hair normal, leaving just the fox part spectral. Ooh, have a bigger wedge between real and illusion. That's not a bad idea. Also, question stand. Question stand? Oh. What is that gloop on your paint handle? Just poster tack. Oh yeah, yeah. That's all it is. It's just blue tack. So. But yeah, we're gonna take just a quick break. Please don't go anywhere except for to take a break yourself, and we're gonna come back and do some really good highlights on all this stuff, and that'll put us in a really good place to start doing some nice blends and some working in some other colors and things like that. Figured it would stick and pull the paint. No, not typically. It does a pretty good job of not pulling off anything. That right there I did yesterday because I realized there was a mold line that I missed, so I scraped that off. But yeah, just get a quick 5-er. I'm gonna get a refill, and so we have some. Cause I'm about to finish this, but we'll be back here in just a few minutes. See you soon. Okay, there we go. Now we are back. How's it going, everybody? Cool. So now we get to go in with some pretty cool highlights, I think is going to be the plan now. We're going to try to get some texture in. I think we're going to go with, what paint do I want to use for this? I think I might want to use, this might be a little too intense right now. Part of me wants to go with this white sands. Might be a little too intense. I think we'll go with some Screaming Skull from Citadel. I think that'll probably be a good one. But first, let's go ahead and work on this base a little bit. What I'm going to do with this, I'm going to put some real intense yellows in here, which might seem a little counterintuitive, but it's going to help. We're going to go with the desert yellow. I'm not going to do it completely, though. I'm going to get a little bit of this, this errati green that I've already used for the base. Just kind of mix the two just a little bit, I think. So it kind of gives it just a little bit of this kind of greenish tone to it. So we're going to go in. I'm trying to get some off my brush there. Just, like I said, these are going to be kind of intense lines and highlights going on around here. But once we get those on, it's going to allow us to kind of blend these a bit more later on. And I'm not going to do all of these because it's going to take a while. Just kind of showing you a bit of the process on how we'll go about it. So, let's see. Oops. There's an extra little hair hanging out in here. There we go. Gotta be careful about that. Hey, Bedlam, what's going on? And I don't have to be super intense about these. These can be a little sloppy. But I do want to try to get some kind of like the right texture in there, right? So I'm making sure, especially with these leaves, to go angled and make sure that they are pointing inwards towards the center of where the stalk would be. I guess the stalk is the right word. There we go. We had guests. I like my friends, but also hate them for cutting into my painting. I hate them for cutting into my paint time. That's funny. I get that. I have that's kind of the duality of being a miniature painter, I suppose. It's nice when you can have like paint hangouts though. Paint hangouts are usually quite fun. It's one thing I'm excited about Adepticon for is they have Fort Wapple, which is kind of the like the place for everyone to just go hang out and paint and chat. So it'd be nice to do that a little bit. The damage my wrist last week, so I couldn't paint too much. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long will the stream last? Drop for a quick sec. We gotta do some cleanup after the party. Don't know if we'll be able to catch the rest. So we're going until about 5 o'clock Eastern time, which will be in about 2 hours. We'll be ending, and the half hour before that, we're gonna go into doing the reveals of the winners, the top 10, and the final winner for Colors of Conquest for January. Make sure I'm in the camera here. Okay. Okay. Also, thank you, Zwergen first, and Kalaven, Compto Review, Hixie, Gosu, and Simon D. Harper for the follows. Welcome in. Got run for now. Hope to be able to catch back later. Have a good one. You as well, Bedlam. Thank you for popping in. We're basically just kind of doing some, essentially what's just edge highlighting, but we're going just a little deeper than that. Okay, that's pretty good there. I'm not going for any particularly intense lighting effect or anything on this. I often like to do that kind of stuff, but we're holding off on it for this one since this is kind of an army piece anyway. we're just kind of going for your normal kind of 12 o'clock highlight or kind of peak sunlight hours and things like that. Hey, Voxel Forge, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I always forget to join. It's all good. Now, one thing I'm kind of interested in, I'm not sure if you guys would be keen on or not, is if you would like to see me finish this on another, like, next month's Colors of Conquest stream, because I know I'm not going to be able to get it finished today, sadly. And we haven't done a two-parter before. But I might be able to convince the guys to see if they'd be interested in doing a bit of a two-parter. It's a lot I want to paint one thing. Yeah, I want to show it off. I did a little bit of paint ahead of time, just so we can get to some cool stuff, like doing some of these details. But I've noticed that if I plan right, if it's like a single infantry-sized figure, I can usually get it done in one single stream. Sometimes with a few little extra, just kind of details here and there. Okay, so we're going in with this greenish yellow to kind of highlight everything. And again, we're doing really strong highlights right now. I wouldn't typically go this far with these highlights, but trust the process. We're going to we're basically going to go back in and kind of blend everything together a little bit. I don't know if it's skill or ability. I just cannot paint my models in one sitting, even mice for mice and mystics require 2 systems. Yeah. It's definitely a mix for me. So, like, for example, Skypiercer Yendak that we did a few months ago, I was able to get most of him done in one stream, but that's because most of him is kind of really dark and mostly the same color, right? And so I was really only just kind of working on these details to give it that atmospheric effect. So I was able to get him done in one stream. Like the little fish gnome, I was able to knock out in one stream, but that's because he's very small. And didn't have a hugely intense color palette. So yeah, I got the fish gnome. So it's kind of but then for example, last month we did the Gulter, the big ol' boar. And I was only able to really work on one. And I got it mostly finished. I just needed a few little touch-ups here and there. Once those touch-ups were done, it was ready to go. Good. But, Fishnome is about the same size as the mice, but with more detail. That's fair. Yeah, and admittedly, like I did the officer for the city states as well. I was able to get him done in one sitting, but I had to do stuff like use metallics, which I don't always do. Just kind of depends on the mini, really. Um, but also, I tried to get the minis we do for this done in one sitting. But for example, the very first one we did was the Lineage Prideborn, which was super fun. But I spent about a week painting that ahead of time, and really just kind of had it like mostly ready, with the exception of like 2 or 3 little places. That way, I could like show off just the core elements on how to paint it. So I had like one little bit of armor, one little bit of non-metallics, one little bit of cloth, one little bit of skin. So I was able to do that all in one stream. And maybe paint a mini every 2 months. That's fair. I hope my goal for this year, at least at leading up until the Nova Open, I'm hoping I can get like one mini painted per month. Some will be easier than others, so I might not be able to get it done exactly in a month, but as long as I can overall get like 6 minis painted by the Nova Open, including this one, then I'll be pretty happy. But we shall see. Okay. We got some pretty strong highlights on these now, but we're going to have to go in and do some blending and whatnot and working them back up, which is fine. But I don't want to waste my time on this entire thing. We might come back and do more of that. But for now, we're going to chill. And we're going to move on to doing some more on this little lady. So I think we're going to go with this Screaming Skull. Also, Andros, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Nice and shooketh. Mo Chicky, what's going on? How's it going? Ugh, all right. Just need to adjust my back a little bit. I was hunching for a little bit there. But how are you doing? Welcome in. Okay, now you see where we need to put these highlights, right? So one thing that's real important to kind of keep in mind is that this particular miniature is, especially with this, with all this fur, right? We got to make sure that it looks furry still. So we're going to be doing lots of just kind of long brush strokes. Going with the flow of the tail. It's truly awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a great sculpt. I'm really, really happy to be painting it. And when you're doing these kind of brush strokes, you want to make sure that you have a good bit of paint on your brush. That you can go and make sure you drag it in the right direction. And this is one of those things that's going to take a decent amount of practice, right? For his death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, yes, exactly. Every brushstroke counts. You want to make sure it's cool and controlled as best as you can. And don't necessarily feel bad if it does not go this quickly. I am already messing up on this. I'll go back and fix it later. But if you need to, just go one at a time, and that's totally okay. Just a bit of patience. Going down like this, bit of patience will take you so far. And you'll be so happy with the result when you do. I paint a lot, so I have a pretty decent grasp on my brush control. So I'm still going to mess up. And don't be upset if you do too. But being able to get that kind of brush control takes a lot of practice. Hey, Foxy Games. Just scrolling and found your channel. I was wondering, do you have any tips on how to get in those irritated corners that look impossible to paint, but somehow there is a way? You talking about like inside of the crevices of areas to paint? Or do you mean some other corners? Also, welcome in. Yeah, so there's a few ways around that kind of thing. One is to paint and subassembly, and that means paint as much as you can before you have to put it all together, and then once you're satisfied with it, then put it all together. I did not do that for this model, and admittedly, it is going to make some of these areas to reach very, very difficult, like up in here and in there as well. But that's okay. It's still possible to get as much as you can done in that way, but so I would normally just suggest to subassemble if you can. The other thing you can do, there are some brushes that have angles, like they'll come out here and then just kind of point in another direction. I don't use those, but I've seen other people use those for that exact task. And then I've seen other folks who will I did put all that, something I would paint so many pieces. Yeah, I was originally planning on doing that as well. But as I continued onwards, I was afraid that if I did that, that some of the pieces might not fit together as well as they should, and I get really paranoid about that happening. So I just um, instead went and assembled it. Okay, so we're getting some nice textures in there. Again, we don't want to go all the way down or anything like that either. We want those shadows to stay in there, so we're going to keep those. Because of the paint, it's 10th of a millimeter thicker than it should be. You mean thick? The paint is thicker than it should be? There's a couple of big gaps in my orc car because I painted it in lots of pieces. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I'm afraid of often. No, that doesn't fit after you paint it before assembly. Yeah, that can happen. So what I would do if you're also afraid of that happening is essentially just kind of put it together as best you can. Sometimes I use like sticky tack, like poster tack or something. And if you do that, you can usually put the pieces in pretty well, but just kind of practice fit them. Fit them on as best you can. See how it looks. If it looks like it's going to be okay, then definitely go for it. If it doesn't look like it's going to be okay, or you're going to have to do some gap filling or something, that's usually where I'm okay with just building it at that point and just hoping I can get my brush around. But sometimes you just got to let pieces, try to get the color in as best you can. And if you can't, then it is what it is. Especially if you're painting for tabletop play and whatnot too, it's not something you're gonna have to worry about too much, to be honest, because the real thing you got to make sure is just that it looks good from about 10 feet away, right? Or 5 feet away. If you're doing competition painting, that's when it starts to get a little intense. Again, we're just kind of going with the flow of the tail as best we can. thinking about buying a set for my first D&D campaign. I wanted to look nice. I also wanted to paint the figure before the corners. The corners are my problem. Yeah, I totally get that. If it's a miniature that is already assembled and whatnot, there's not too much you can do about that. Because I know that there are some minis like that that are. But the one thing that's pretty nice about that too is there's kind of another trick you can kind of do. If you just paint it really dark, like you give a nice prime and make sure that the primer gets into those little crevices really easily, you're lucky because, especially for something like Dungeons and Dragons or something, um, one, your players are not going to be close enough to the table typically to see all those tiny little details. But two, another kind of big thing is that you um, are typically playing in kind of a lower light situation too, which is nice. My group played D&D with minis on the table. Be within like a foot or two of them. Yeah, it'd be pretty close, but it shouldn't be. Typically, it's not close enough for them, especially because they're in action. They're typically looking at other things and whatnot too. Close enough to like really pick it apart at that close of a level. Usually, not always. I'm sure the couch is low, table's high. That's fair. Reach over the table. It's like the board can fit. And the sheets. Nothing more. Yeah. Well, especially if you have some like good like kind of ambient lighting too. That's really nice for being able to kind of hide a lot of the details too. It's just kind of a little trick. And here's where it's kind of talking about earlier about sneaking in as best you can. Because I really want to drag this along more. But this one fox is a little bit in my way. And again, that's my own fault. I put it there first, but that's okay. Light set moods for weather. We wanted our first campaign. Yeah. Oh, that's your first campaign too. That's really cool. Well, it sounds like it's a lot of fun. Right now, two gaming groups, mostly everyone at a table. Also, one person has to call in. I've been in a game like that. I was the person who had to call in. I'm also the only one of us that isn't interested enough in playing with minis because I'm ambivalent about it at best. That's fair. I admittedly, as a miniature painter, uh, I like having minis on the table pretty much whenever possible. But I'm also uh, fairly lucky to have a my standard GM. Typically, I have multiple. My standard in-person GM is really good at kind of explaining theater of the mind elements and stuff. So I've never really had an issue. But I know a lot of folks that just really enjoy having miniatures on the table. I play in a few online games as well, and obviously you can't really do miniatures with that, but we do have like little tokens on maps and stuff, which is perfectly fine. And so yeah, we have our characters. One of us is setting up a digital sheet. Just have to start. I almost can't take anymore. Well, you're gonna be so glad once you get started. It is always a ton of fun. I'm really particularly excited because I really want to run a campaign for Conquest, and they are working on an RPG for it. And I'm super excited. When they announced that last year at Adepticon, I was freaking out because I think this world is really interesting, and I am looking forward to exploring more of it. Obviously, I'm a little biased, I suppose, but that's kind of the thing. Is I always tell folks I am not going to be a part of something or join something unless it's something that I fully endorse personally, and Conquest is absolutely that. Conquest TTRPG, yeah. If you want to run one that virtually, I'd be down. Yeah, I'm gonna see. But yeah, I would love to get, especially just like a group of folks who are like really into Conquest, like you guys. And who knows, maybe we can convince the Parabellum team to run something here on Twitch for folks. That'd be very cool. Yeah, I think that would be something that a lot of folks would enjoy watching. Okay. Starting to get some of those little patterns and brush strokes on the little fox's body there. So we can get a little bit of stuff on them. Things to have fun. The extras, feeling your character, you get sucked into it. Yeah, I remember my first RPG, especially like it's. I kind of wish I could go back to the feeling of having like my first RPG characters, because admittedly, like I still get attached to some of my RPG characters, but I've played in so many games. I have friends who actually publish and write RPGs and stuff. And so I do a lot of beta testing and a lot of trying out stuff like that. And it's still fun and I really enjoy it. But I don't get, I think the more you play, kind of the, not necessarily less attached you get to characters, but sometimes I suppose I am saying that you kind of get a little less attached to some after a bit, for me at least. And I still like them. And I still like playing them. But I remember just being like obsessive over some of my first RPG characters. Like had all their backstories completely memorized, and like I was just constantly thinking about it and reading and rereading the rules and doing art for my characters and stuff. And you know, like being so giddy about playing a new session and all that stuff. And as time's gone on, that's waned a little bit, admittedly. I still enjoy it. I still like doing it a lot, but I do miss the excitement of the first RPG campaigns that I did. It was all. It was almost like all I could think about. I'm out of the camera, aren't I? Oops, sorry about that. I had to make two characters, one for backup, just to be sure. He was a dwarven wizard. The backup was a half orc, half elf paladin. Nice. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they'll be able to do for Conquest for this lovely game here with Parabellum Games, because obviously we're gonna have to want some like spellcaster classes, and there's gonna be the Dwagholm dwarves. Like I'm sure that there's gonna be a class for like the Steel Shapers, things like that. Really interested to see how it's gonna go. But also, could you imagine being able to play one of the Wadroon orcs with the with like an animal companion dinosaur? Oh man, that'd be so cool. Or just playing along and like as your party goes out and adventures, just happens upon a Euroni outpost in the middle of the woods. Also, is it kind of strange? I've been wanting to write some like short stories for Conquest. I just haven't really had much time. But I'd love to do like a young wolf and cub style story, or like a like Mandalorian kind of thing, but with like a city states knight and I don't know, some like elf child that he comes upon or something like that. But then have like weavers hunting the child or something like that, and then or not weavers, the spires or something. You know, this is the way. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's just it's such a good template. I'm not surprised that Mandalorian used the lone wolf and cub template because it's just such a good way to tell an adventure story with all these kind of happenings and stuff going on. There's so much to do and like little adventures you can have in that type of situation. There we go. Some textures going in there pretty nicely overall. Okay, let's do, ooh, we can do the fur on the foot too. I'm not being too worried about this being 100% perfect right now, because the goal is we're going to go back in and fix a lot of this. So again, for me, I always say that painting is basically just like making a bunch of mistakes and then fixing them. Because you got to start from like really rough areas and then go back in and fix them up. You have a nice background for the Discord invite. Um, the Parabellum Discord, I can actually put in the chat here. I think. Let me double check here. Oh, what am I doing here? Here we go. There's the Discord for Parabellum Games and Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. So that link will expire, but should work for now. Okay. Cool. I appreciate everybody being on here. So I'm having an absolute blast painting this amazing Euroni. Let's go ahead. We got this size tails pretty nicely textured. We still have a lot more texturing to do, but let's go ahead and just jam on one of the little foxes. Get them a little bit more textured, shall we? What we want to do, again, kind of go with like the pattern of where the fur would be, right? So typically the fur would kind of be coming downwards from kind of the back area. I'm just going to go through and just do these tiny little lines. I'm going to go and do that again until I'm kind of satisfied with where it's at. And I want to go diagonally down. I don't want to just go straight from side to side because typically that's how fur works. Not always. There we go. One thing that's really easy to do is to do the fur on the head. And typically when you're doing when you're doing texture like this, you want to make sure that whenever you want the thinner part of the line at the end of wherever you're bringing your brush up from, because it kind of more smoothly goes. It's kind of the same effect when you're doing like ink drawing or writing, especially like Chinese or Japanese characters. Um, there is you want to make sure that what you end with your brush is going to be essentially the thinner part of the line. So where you start, it's going to be a little bit bigger and thicker. But typically, especially when you're doing miniature painting, you want to make sure that you drag towards you as best as you can because it's easier to control that way because you can lift up and back like that. It's harder to go this direction because naturally your brush is pointed away from you. I mean, unless you're painting straight up and down like this, which I don't recommend. It's not really ergonomic for the hand. But being able to go just kind of back like this is the way to go. And being able to drag that back towards you goes with the proper angle of the brush and gives you a bit more control. And you also don't necessarily want to start each brushstroke at the exact same length and make it uniform. If you do that, it's going to look unnatural. But you see how on this side in particular, they aren't quite all uniform back and forth. Kind of makes things look a little bit more natural overall. Also, in case anyone's new or doesn't know who I am, I go by Walter's Workshop online. I stream typically Mondays and Wednesdays on my own channel at Walter's Workshop here on Twitch. But once a month, we get together and I collaborate with the Parabellum team to paint one awesome miniature from Conquest here as the Colors of Conquest stream, as well as show off and announce who the winners were of the monthly Colors of Conquest online. I suppose it's kind of a competition. But here, about 45 minutes or so, we're going to show off the winners of the online Colors of Conquest submissions for January. Okay, let's go into the tail a little bit. Again, it's going to be kind of the same principle as before, right? We're just dragging, making all those tiny little lines. And you can make them a bit thicker in some places too. They don't have to be completely tiny little lines the entire time. Varying that up will actually kind of help out a little bit in some ways. Nair Omen, welcome in. I feel my paint always gets too watered down. Yours looks so smooth. Do you have any tips, or just paint more and feel it? I was thinking about that the other day, actually. It is kind of a paint it and feel it. But basically, you can kind of do tests, right? So like on my thumb here, I am getting some pretty consistent lines, right? And that's because I have a pretty good paint to water ratio. You know, I use a wet palette and everything as well. If it's overwatered, let me see if I can just get. Here's a little bit. This is just going to be overwatered now. I think. Actually, yeah, you can still see it's kind of breaking up a little bit, and it's still super wet. But on the paint palette, it's so much worse. It's completely just breaking up. Um, so obviously, you still do want it to be wet, so it's nice and thin. But too much will do it in. So I get mine to the point. Let me see if I can pull this paint palette over here. I get mine to the point where it doesn't like completely break up, but does a little bit. So you can see when I move it around, it still can break up a little bit, but still kind of pools in together a bit more. This is like not quite too much, but it's real close. You see, the overall thing still goes really well, but if I go over here where it's like super broken up, if I do that, it's just completely breaking up. But if I do that here, it's still good to go. So that's kind of the realm I look for. Um, it's like just on the cusp, but not quite there. You know what I mean? That usually does a pretty good job for me. But I know some people that uh, paint with it being a lot wetter, and some people that paint with it being less thinned. And that's just the way that I tend to enjoy it. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Are you do you also have some conquests that you're gonna be paying up soon? I think I get it. I'm gonna find that spot myself. Depends on what your painting style is. Yeah. It really depends, I would say, more on the paint itself. There's some paints that are a little thicker in general. There's some that are a little thinner. So you can pretty much get any paint to be that consistency. But sometimes it just takes a little experimentation. Just my second chance. I haven't had time to paint for some months. No worries. I totally understand that. But congratulations. That sounds like an amazing next step in the journey of life. That's uh that's what I like to call, like something along the lines of like you may not be able to do it now. That's okay because they're gonna grow up and they're gonna want to do cool stuff as well, right? So that's when you start introducing them to the cool stuff like painting minis and conquest. That's the best way to do it. But we got some pretty decent texture going on here. And right now, like I said earlier, we're just doing some really intense highlights. We are not super worried about making this like, this is not the final color, essentially. We're just jamming a bit, working on these highlights, and we're going to be blending them back in a little bit later. So go ahead and do some for this hair, shall we? I'm gonna get slightly better brush. I think. Yeah, this should work, hopefully. Hmm. There we go. Okay, okay. Kind of digging this. Okay. There's a really small brush. I wouldn't say it's making things difficult, but it is requiring patience. So what we're doing now is just trying to get where the highlights would be on the hair, and I'm not being, it's not going to be exact. Again, we're just kind of doing some strong highlights. We're going to blend it back down to something a little darker and then work it back up. That's kind of how I like to do it. To kind of work back and forth a little bit. And just kind of trying to, for this particular one, we're trying to catch where the shine would be in the hair, right? Because all hair shines. Okay. Oh, I see a tiny little hair stuck in there. There we go. Got it. Also a word to the wise. It's never a bad idea to have, especially if you have pets. It's never a bad idea to have like a pair of tweezers or something around, just in case a stray hair finds its way onto the palette or in your brush or something. But also, it's always a good idea to have an extra brush lying around in case you need to correct a mistake very quickly or something. There we go. Just come along. Whoops. Okay. We got some good texture on the tail and whatnot so far. Again, we are kind of starting to get into the ugly stages of this. It's one of those things, we gotta trust the process. But here, we're gonna continue working on this for about another half hour. And then this is gonna be, for me, it's gonna be a long paint. So I'm gonna be trying to do, I'm taking my time and being a little extra, because I'm hoping I can get this into some competitions later this year. Because I'm a big fan of painting competitions. Just as kind of a way to push myself a little bit more. Okay. Hmm. Oh, I didn't even realize there's a little buckle back here that I gotta paint. That's all right. Still getting those highlights in. Again, just trying to catch the areas where the light will typically shine in her hair. I'm gonna go in the back here. And also For those interested in seeing the winners of the monthly Colors of Conquest, we got about 20-minute countdown for that. Just getting these strands of hair as well. We're definitely going to need some strong highlights up top here. And even though that's red, we're still going to put a strong highlight there anyway, because the red will be painted over and just kind of make it blend, so it'll still be able to use that bit of highlight. Okay, so the highlights are going in pretty well. Still a little thin, but that's okay. Okay. Let me see here. Ooh. Hey, Foxy, do you paint decor like barrels or maybe a wagon or anything like that? I have before, for sure. This base is going to have all sorts of interesting stuff. We have bamboo, we have like little ferns, we have some Jizo statues and like a lantern and stuff. And we have a lot more Jizo statues as well. So it's definitely, and I also have a diorama planned here pretty soon that will have lots of barrels. So I have done it before and I will do it again, no doubt. All right, let's whip out the slightly bigger brush so we can get some more texture work done, shall we? Yeah. Are you planning on, you mentioned you were doing a campaign and everything. Are you planning on doing like full um, painted sets and things? I will tell you, it's a very large undertaking. It's always very cool to see. It is a very big undertaking. Beyond that, well, I wish you the best of luck. What a lot of folks tend to do in those types of situations is kind of find some like kind of like shortcut techniques, especially when you're painting lots of them, or what we call like batch painting. When you're painting a lot of, especially one thing and one thing only, There's usually like some kind of tips and tricks you can get away with, so it keeps everything looking consistent, but doesn't make you go numb with painting the same thing over and over. I had a TikTok go a little viral once, where I painted a miniature of the warrior jar Alexander from Elden Ring, and it popped off much more than I had expected. And I had a ton of people asking if they could buy one. And it was honestly a fairly quick paint. So I said, sure, why not? I'll open up a quick shop. So I like quickly opened up an Etsy and all that stuff. And just, I was like, all right, people are still asking. Here you go. And I did that, and I had so many orders. Um, I suppose it wasn't a ton of orders, but for like over about 1 million views I got, I probably got, geez, yeah, I think I painted 50 of them, and I included, and honestly, I priced them higher than I would have paid myself, because honestly, I really was only doing it for the people who really wanted it, and it was not something I really wanted to paint again, to be perfectly honest. So I priced it a little higher than, like, high enough to get me to still do it and be fine with it, but not high enough that it was like taking advantage of people or anything. Um, yeah, I think I ended up charging like $40 per, I think. Yeah, and each one probably took me an hour or so to paint. Um, and like I said, ended up charging $40 per, and I was just batch painting them. And I think I ended up having like 50 orders or something. I ran out of resin to print these things. I ran out of so much stuff, and eventually I just had to cut it off. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm going insane from painting all these things, especially because I was trying to do like a 2 week turnaround time with still working a full time job and everything, and it was a little much. Made some great money, um, but it was uh, it was a lot. It made me very quickly not a fan of batch painting. I already knew the horrors of it, but I have trouble getting like small decor stuff. Are you talking about just like finding small decor to purchase to paint? Because there's a decent amount of companies that do make that stuff. Um, I would say your most successful route in that vein would definitely be 3D printing spaces or 3D printing services. But there's some excellent terrain on the Parabellum website also for Conquest. If you're keen on just finding some really interesting terrain, it doesn't quite have small bits and baubles necessarily, but it does have some really cool dwarven buildings as well as just kind of standard human ones, things like that. And so I'm just gonna see what I buy. That's fair. Well, if you're interested in checking out, there's a section in the Parabellum eShop, and if you use the code Walter's Workshop, you can get 10% off. It's not quite trinkets and baubles, but they have some really cool STL terrain. Now, it is not it is not printed. You'd have to take it somewhere to get it printed if you don't do 3D printing yourself. Or if you 3D print yourself, then you should be good to go. But that's fair. Well, there are plenty of services out there, like on Etsy and things like that, that will 3D print for you for fairly cheap. I use them quite a bit because I have a 3D printer, but um, I'm not a big fan of 3D printing myself. Typically, the people who do it pro do it better than I do, so I just suck it up and pay a slightly more marginal fee, and then they print it. So But yeah, it's some bigger stuff. I mean, this Parabellum Games and Conquest is a war game primarily. Um, though they will be getting into the TTRPG space soon. So it is designed to be used as terrain on the battlefield. Um, when you're playing Conquest, but it can definitely have some good application in TTRPGs as well. We've gotten some pretty decent progress. Still have a long way to go on this one. Um, but here in about 5 minutes, we'll take another quick break, and then we will hop into the Colors of Conquest winners for the month. Hello there. If we are talking decors and basic stuff, it's a nice website. 100%. I don't know if we can mention it on chat. Yeah, go ahead and mention it. I'm not gonna flag you for it. We do try to keep the conversation conquest related at the very least. But if it's materials and things like that, we can use it for wonderful basing elements for our conquest miniatures and things. I don't think. Oh, epic basing, yeah. So epic basing is what I used for this, which is the base we're going to put her on. So we still have a long way to go on this, but highly recommend. They're excellent folks. Yep, love those vegetation bits. Yeah, I appreciate you coming in with the recommendation, Matthew. That's the another nice thing about this community is we're always trying to help. I'll put together an order from them. Till then, I'll keep putting literal rock and sticks on my bases. Yeah. Or be like me, use a mix. But if you have a 3D printer, the cheaper of the options for sure is or if you have a friend that has a 3D printer, the cheaper option for sure is just to buy the STLs. What color scheme are you planning to do for this very distinguished lady? So we're doing a kind of white and like really bright blonde and red. Primarily, there's gonna be some blue trim and some gold in there and stuff too. But we're going to try to work it together. We're trying to make her look a bit more ethereal. And we're gonna work it together with this green base and try to work them all together into kind of a nice cohesive scheme. So the nice thing about the Euroni, Matthew, is that since they are not like not like a full country continent army type of thing, all of these characters for this army seem to be really good for doing more individualistic color schemes. So I plan on like I'm gonna have another Kitsune, and I'm not gonna paint that Kitsune like this one probably at all. It's gonna be very different. but I love that. Little bin full of basing bits. Oh man, I have a large bin full of basing bits. I'm painting mine with ooh Ghibli, nice. I'm excited to see that. That's gonna be really cool. I heard someone say he has a bin full of screws. Makes all kinds of crazy stuff with them. Decor? Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, that is half the fun of doing a lot of terrain stuff, right? Bringing a lot of minis. I guess everyone's got their pile of unused spruce. Oh yeah, no doubt. Okay, we have just about enough time. Get just a tiny bit more done here. And what I'm doing on this tail, you can kind of see, is I'm just going into different parts and kind of giving some highlights with some spaces in between. And that's okay, because we're just kind of getting like where the shine of the hair is going to be. So, and this is not going to be the first layer of highlights. We're definitely going to be working in some other stuff as well, but Yeah, true. We're gonna take. Actually, no, it's about that time. Give me just 1 minute, and I'm gonna put some stuff up here real quick, and grab a quick drink, and we will be right back and show who the winners of the monthly Colors of Conquest online competition will be. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, so we got a good, decent bit of color blocking in and started working on some of the texturing on the tails of the Kitsune, which is a lot of fun, as well as some of the highlights on the plants, just to kind of show some of that off. This stream has gone by so quickly. I'm having a blast paying this. I wish I could have it done now, but unfortunately, it's not. Um, but that being said, we're going to go into the Colors of Conquest monthly winners. And what is the Colors of Conquest, you may ask? Colors of Conquest is a monthly contest where you can paint for prizes and glory. As it says, essentially all you have to do is if you paint any Conquest miniatures, then you can just post them online to whatever social platform you wish. Make sure to use hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting right there, as well as tagging their official social media platforms, the Parabellum social media platforms, just so they can make sure that they don't miss what you posted, because sometimes they get a big influx of people in the hashtag, and also they change how hashtag algorithms work, so you don't want to miss it. But the winner, there's going to be a top 10 submissions every month that we're about to see, and there's 9 runner-ups and 1 winner, and that winner will get a $40 or €40 voucher from Parabellum Games, and the remaining 9 finalists will get a 25% off coupon from the eShop, or a code for a free infantry character or an officer, which is pretty cool. So really, really neat stuff. And every month is just amazing works. So I'm really excited to show those. But you can read all about the rules here, and I'll make sure to link this in the chat as well. But it's just parabellum.com/colors of conquest. So without further ado, let's check out who our first runner-up is. First runner-up from Create Minis, the amazing Quaddle. And I love this color scheme. It's got this very nighttime look to it, right? Really, really nicely done. And I noticed on the wings, it seems to have a very similar pattern to the official paint scheme, which is really cool and really nice effect. I particularly like the using the base to kind of hold the Quaddle up a bit. as opposed to just having the big stick on there. It's really neat to see how people do that in creative ways. I really love seeing those entries each month. Yeah, they're really nice. But yeah, Create Minis did an excellent job with this. Lots of almost monochrome, not quite, but you got those blues and purples and pinks in there, as well as kind of just a little bit of purple in the reddish rock as well. But looks fantastic, excellent piece, and I'd love to see that across the table from me at some point. All right, so congrats to Create Minis. Next up, we have APEC Minis with an excellent city states, another very purple piece, but an excellent city states mini with the oh, I'm having a brain fart. What is it called? The this is the, for some reason I keep wanting, I know it's not the Hephaestion, it's the big giant. It's the Mechanist. So this is their Mechanist in a purple and gold color scheme, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's some non-metallic metal gold on there, which looks great. See, I guess it was Purple January. Yeah, there's a decent bit. That dude with the face mask. Yeah. So the Mechanist, and an excellent basing too. Just it's really nice to see some really dynamic basing. It makes the miniature feel like it's living in the world. So really nice job on that. The Pyromaniac dude. Yeah, that's right. But I love the pink flames and stuff too. I had a piece I painted some years ago with pink flames, and it's really just nice and vibrant and bright. So really well done. Congrats on getting a runner-up spot, APEC. Next up, not purple this time, but Hobby Hobo rolling in with the Raptor Riders. Let's see. AV6 Scott. I don't know if I'll make it through another Adepticon without picking up some Conquest. I keep looking at the Wadroon. Yeah, well, here you go. It's amazing Wadroon right here. And hopefully I'll get to see you at Adepticon. I may or may not be giving away some Wadroon here and there randomly throughout the weekend. But yeah, we have yeah, the colors on these are absolutely phenomenal. The orange and blue is such a great mix of color on the Raptors. The base looks fantastic. A nice kind of red desert scene, kind of reminds me of the red rocks of Arizona. But some really nice highlighting, especially on the clothes and stuff. You can see some really good contrast between the shadows on the inside of the muscles and cloth and things, and even in between the feathers. But the contrast in this is really nice and vibrant, and would be such an excellent squad to have showcased on a tabletop for sure. What Raptors? All I can see are muscle ladies. Oh man, but yeah, absolutely lovely work, Hobby Hobo. And next up, we have Robert Shepard, and this is a really interesting one because this is a conversion. Really nicely made one, using the character. Oh, what's his name? The character um, from the narrative set for the Hundred Kingdoms, and I'm blanking on his name. I think I have the book behind me, maybe. Oh, it's Von Schur, I think. Oh, Eric Schur. There we go. So it is Eric Schur, but he took out the mace. Normally he's holding a mace, and he's holding a different shield. We gave him a different shield, and he's holding out a big greatsword instead. But loving it, especially really liking the red and white on the armor, and the black and gold, or on the clothes, but then the black and gold as well. It's really nice color scheme, especially with the red foliage around there. It's not something you see very often. It's very much fantasy, but really nice. I just picked up Sorcerer King. Excited to finally build and paint up my 5th anniversary box while I wait for the new starter to come out. Yeah, very nice, Robert. Glad to hear it. The Sorcerer Kings are excellent minis. I painted up Sky Piercer Yendak not terribly long ago, and I have some of the Jin on my table as well that are going to be being painted soon. But congrats, Robert Shepard, for getting runner-up. And Hansi Minis, congrats as well. These are another The Mammut calls to me. Yeah, I really want to see. I've seen some people kind of do like jade and turquoise esque Mammuts, and I I love every single time I see one of those. But the nice, just kind of normal marble looks really nice too. But we have some more 100 Kingdoms from Hansi Minis. And this is I believe, the Order of the Crimson Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Or the Crimson Tower, I'm sorry. Yeah, Order of the Crimson Tower. And crimson they are. Really, really nicely done. Uh, nice bright reds and gold. Uh, and some nice little kind of battle damage and scratches on the armor there. Yeah, these knights, you said it. You said it exactly right, Robert. These knights look sick. Well done. Definitely a great runner-up for the month of January. Let's see. Next up, so we've got 5 runner-ups. Next up for runner-up, we have Cyberwolf SK, and I apologize, the graphic is kind of blocking it, but another amazing miniature with fantastic basing, some nice kind of desert basing. And it is a little hard to see, but yes, this is such a clean miniature. Look at the banner in particular up there, right? With the little free-handed wave effects in there. Really, really nice. It is such a like, just like Deb mentioned, it's just so clean. And with the falcon up there too, or the eagle as well. This is a really, really cool piece to see. Um, really well done. Yeah, this is a good one. Uh, Next for runner up, we have GK Workbench with a really nice unit of Old Dominion. That blue is Lollipop of color. Yes, it is. Um, but yeah, this is for the Old Dominion. You have the oh, I'm so sorry. Here we go. Yeah, we have a standard the Archimandrite in the center on a nice customized base, leading along a great unit of Legionnaires. And the I think my favorite thing about this um, is the color shift in the armor. You got those kind of like golds and like that brass kind of color with the verdigris in it. That is really what's doing such work on this in such a good way. It was really well done. It gives so much depth of what's going on. I was feeling very frustrated by photography. So beautiful and well documented. Yeah, so Muad, I would say, I mean, I still struggle with photography. I think everybody does to an extent, but getting a nice, clean, like black background, or some people like to use white, and then just making sure you have like 1 or 2 little lights you can set up, and making sure there are some apps that let you kind of customize on your phone how you set your camera up a little bit, and those are really helpful. That's how I kind of upped my game personally, but I still have a lot to learn on that. Uh, but even with just a phone, a few lights, and just a sheet of paper in the background, you can get pretty far with some good photography. So I love that the contest accepts both single, mini, and tire regiments. Yeah, this is for anything conquest, any conquest that is painted that you want to enter in. Always love to see it. I'm just glad if I can get a photo in proper focus. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a skill in and of itself. All right, we are down to the final 3. So next runner-up, we have Buzz Minis with a crazy clean Jarl from the Nords. This thing is kind of insane. I love the little bit of, and again, the graphic is kind of in the way just a little bit of seeing the base, but there's some water on the base. There's that really nice green kind of going into the stone, the fish head stone there. That looks great. And the non-metallic the non-metallic metals. I just got tongue tied there for a second. But the green and the non-metallic steel, it looks phenomenal. It's very bright, very shiny, very chrome. But nice bright golds as well. It's just very, very clean overall. But really well done. Yeah, the NMMs, really nice. Yep, very strong highlights. Very, very strong highlights. You can see on kind of like where the chainmail is and even like the cloth above it. Very, very strong lines. Very clean lines. That's the other part. So really, really nicely done. We got one more runner-up. Solid lighting overall. Yeah, it is. And that runner-up is Overbite miniatures, of course. I don't think I'll ever see and I don't choose these, by the way. I'm just the announcer. But I don't think I will ever see a month where Overbite is not in the top 10 for the for Colors of Conquest. I love Overbite's just phenomenal colors he uses all the time, and the basing stuff on this is just phenomenal, especially for this character, right? Because this is the character in the narrative set with the lore campaign pack of Crucible of Wills, Ashes and Faith. So this is Andronicus, the Firebringer. Um, and you can see the fire that he brings is green in this. But it looks phenomenal. And again, it's kind of the same thing as the other Old Dominion one that we saw earlier with the nice like verdigris in the metal of the like that nice turquoise green going on in there. Just lovely with the bright purples and stuff too. It's really not a color scheme I would have typically seen or expected with Old Dominion, but it is really nice. Especially look at the jade like marble table and everything too. It's intense. That this would be such a cool miniature to have on a tabletop, or even just in general, just like for really anything. Like this would be an excellent lich or something if you're playing in a D&D game or something. Really, really cool. All right, now is the time. The fine, the fire is fire. It's true. But now we have the upcoming. Just a moment. The winner, yeah, drum rolls, please. But we have the winner of the January Colors of Conquest, which is the Onion Knight Studio with another Jarl. Well, with their version of the Jarl. Uh, Again, super, super clean. The non-metallic metals on here are insane. Like that, yeah, the leather is crazy clean. There's even a little bit of texture in there. It looks like it's worn leather. The beard is so smoothly highlighted. The skin, like you can look on the cheek, like right here, and it's barely like it's like a gradient. It's like there's no way an airbrush can get that small, but it looks like it almost. Yeah, this is extremely smooth. Onion Knight did something for Conquest. Onion Knight did. Yep. The bone is really really nice on the spear, and the gold in there is just like this nice warm brown and everything too. I'm assuming this is the Onion Knight, I suppose. This is honestly I had not heard of the Onion Knight before this. I'm assuming this might be the Onion Knight. The only Onion Knight I know of is from Dark Souls. Uh, um, but it wasn't until after I saw that they had sent me this that I had looked up who the Onion Knight. Hey, Painting Bunny. He recently picked up City States as a faction play. Oh, nice. How's it going? Good to see you. That's sick. Yeah. Yep. It's super super well done. But funny how the other all the spears hook where the metal and here it's bone. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. So okay, so we have the metal here, and I think this is the other one. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, you're right. This one painted up as metal. Buzz Minis painted up as metal, and then Onion Knight painted up as bone. That's interesting. Moving houses, so can't paint a lot. Well, no worries. I hope the move is going well. Oh, you need to follow him. He's phenomenal. Oh, every time I get the list of people, if I have that social media platform that they are on, I always try to do my research, and I go, because again, I don't choose these. I just announce them, but I always make sure personally to go and check out every single one, give them a follow, um, and just Conquest in general. If people are painting and posting Conquest, I will usually just give them a follow so I can hopefully see more stuff that they're doing. As the host of Colors of Conquest, that's the least I can do. But yeah, I always make sure to give everybody a follow that is a runner up. Actually, now that I've said that though, I should probably stop doing that before it's done, because maybe if I follow somebody, if they watch these, they might get they might think that they've won or gotten a runner up or something beforehand. I maybe shouldn't have said that, but if I usually do go and follow whoever there is. So hey, 2+ tough. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Make sure to give you a follow on here. Do you stream here on Twitch as well? If you guys don't follow 2+ stuff, you absolutely should be. They have an excellent YouTube channel and does a lot of Conquest lore videos, which are great. So make sure you give them a follow if you haven't already, especially on YouTube. But yeah, so that is our winner of the Colors of Conquest for the month of January. There's still a few days left in February, so don't forget, if you have something finished that you'd like to possibly be entered to win, now's the time. Make sure to post online with hashtag miniature painting, hashtag Colors of Conquest, and tag the Parabellum profile on that social media platform, and you will be entered automatically. And who knows, I might be announcing you next month. That'd be pretty cool. Who are the other runners up? I only saw the winners so far. Yeah, so I can quickly go through the rest of the winners. So the rest of the runners up here real quick. Just a quick little flash. We got done with this just a few minutes earlier than expected, but so we have the winner, which was Onion Knight Studio. We have a runner up of Ulverbite Miniatures, as is tradition now, I feel like, at this point. And then we have Buzz Minis with another Jarl. And then, yeah, nothing for the Spires this month. What a shame. Some more Old Dominion with GK Workbench, an excellent unit of Legionnaires. And then we had Cyberwolf SK for the City States with a wonderfully painted mounted warrior with the eagle and the free hand, all sorts of stuff. It looks phenomenal. And then we had Hansi Minis with the Order of the Crimson Tower unit from the 100 Kingdoms, which is very, very crimson. And then we had Robert Shepard roll in with a really cool kit-bashed version of Eric Schur from the Narrative Pack. And then we had Hobby Hobo with an excellent unit of Raptor Riders. And then the last two was APEC Minis with this awesome Mechanist for the City States. And then lastly, but certainly not leastly, as our runner-up, we had Create Minis with the Quaddle. So excellent, excellent stuff. One of these days I'll get to my Nords and enter something. Absolutely you should. At Parkos, thank you. Appreciate that. It is difficult remembering all the names, especially since most of them are in different languages. I always love the colorful schemes of the Wadroon. Yeah, it is really nice to see. That's one of the nice benefits of having those dinos, is you really get to play with the fantasy element a bit. All very much deserved. I saw a lot of great stuff on Instagram this month. Yeah, January was a big time. I think a lot of people were painting from like the holiday breaks and stuff, maybe. But January was some heavy hits in a good way. Lots of great stuff coming through. But there's still, how many days do we have left? We have 6 days left in February, so still some time to get some stuff in for this month. Pink ponies for city states win. Hey, as soon as you paint them, blue minotaurs. That would be cool, actually. Kind of get the like Babe Paul Bunyan action going. Something most likely being my mountain Yotnar, because I have more fun painting big boys. That's fair. It's fair indeed. That skin gives me a lot of space for woad. Oh, true. That would be really cool to see. I already did a Scottish Minotaur. Yeah, nice. But yeah, so thank you all so much for popping in for this edition of Colors of Conquest. It was a lot of fun. And I do apologize again that I didn't get the miniature finished. It is very big and very involved, so it's going to take a lot of work. But I'm really excited to continue working on it. Hopefully, I'll get it posted here soon in the near future. But it was quite a fun time, and man, this stream went by so quick. Perfectly honest, and thanks to you guys for that because some great conversations. I had a lot of fun painting and all that as well. All that conquest behind me. Yeah, I got conquest over here, conquest over here. That's not even including. I have like 2 shelves just dedicated for conquest boxes. But I like to kind of prep the scene in the stream. In fact, actually, right up there above my miniature case, you can't really see it. That entire shelf right there is just all spires. And that is like my diorama and my apex predator and a whole bunch of other stuff. But above the case is the big giant map of the conquest world Aya as well. So this is turning them to a conquest room more than anything else. It's okay, don't rush it. Yeah, I certainly will not do that. But let's see real quick. We might find somebody who's working on some conquest, maybe. If you know of anybody who is, feel free to drop their name in the chat. But it is always kind of a hit or miss. I find people during my stream that are painting conquest pretty frequently, but not always. Not always on Saturdays. But I'm looking through. I don't see anyone in particular. But that's okay. We'll go and raid into someone else just in case. Because we want to make sure that we spread the love a little bit. And go out to someone else who's doing some really cool stuff. I'll be done in 5 years if I want to finish what I have. Oh, wow. That is a lot. But I bet you can do it. I honestly thought it was going to take me 5 years to paint my my Spires army, and it did not. Although I did rush a little bit on it, but not too bad. But we're going to go ahead and raid into Ghoul Studios, another phenomenal painter who's going to be at Adepticon. So make sure that you give them a follow. And just in case, before we leave here today, if you don't mind giving me a follow over on my Twitch channel at Walter's Workshop, that'd be fantastic. Oh, and last thing, before anyone takes off, make sure you roll over to Instagram on my page because I'm giving away one of these limited edition Uroni Kitsune. And there's only a few days left because on Monday, I'm going to be announcing the winner. So there's a link in the chat. Make sure you go find the 5K post. It's for reaching 5,000 followers on Instagram. But I will be giving one of those away. If you have not entered, make sure you do that and spread the word. But I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And we will see you next time.